This video is a historical exploration based on documented myths, legends, and cultural traditions from various civilizations. It is intended for educational and storytelling purposes only. You're standing in the golden hush of late afternoon on October 14, 1066. The air thick with smoke and the final cries of England's most legendary battlefield, Hastings. The soil beneath your feet is still heavy with the trample of horses and the echoes of a kingdom's last stand. Up on the ridge, scattered among the churned-up ground and broken bodies, lies a single arrow, small, almost insignificant. Yet it's about to rewrite the fate of a nation. From somewhere beyond the smouldering ruins, an archer, anonymous, uncelebrated, perhaps not even aiming, lets loose a shaft of wood and steel. And by the cruel roulette of the cosmos, that arrow finds its mark in the eye of King Harold Godwinson. Just like that, the last true Anglo-Saxon King of England falls. And with him, so does a way of life, a lineage, a legacy. But you see, Harold's story is more than a punchline in Norman propaganda. William the Conqueror's scribes would have you believe Harold was merely the guy who got himself defeated and paved the way for castles, taxes, and French accents. But peel back the layers of smudged parchment and carved stone, and you'll find something far richer. Injury lines tangled in Viking grit, political chess matches, familial betrayals, and enough royal drama to fill a box set. Our story doesn't start at Hastings. It starts down on the southern coast, in the quiet harbour town of Bosham. Today it's a picturesque spot full of sailboats and pastel cottages. But back in 1020, this was Wessex territory, a power hub, a Viking-scouted shoreline, and home to a boy named Harold. His full title, Harold Godwinson, that last name matters. His father, Godwin of Wessex, wasn't born into power. No, Godwin clawed his way up the Saxon ladder, charming, scheming, marrying smartly, a proper medieval rags-to-riches tale. And when the Danish king Nut seized England, Godwin didn't fight it. He married into it. His kids got strong Scandinavian names: Sweyn, Harold, Tostig. Yes, our quintessential English hero was half Viking, and the cultural mashup was just getting started. Fast forward to 1042. Harold's a young man now, getting his first whiff of power, as Edward the Confessor returns from Normandy to claim the throne. Edward might have had royal injury, but he'd grown up with garlic breath and goose liver pâté, more Norman than Saxon. So he needed Godwin and his sons to back him. To seal the deal, he marries Godwin's daughter, Harold's sister, and hands out land and titles like medieval party favours. Harold gets East Anglia, and soon the Godwinsons are England's most powerful family. And Harold, picture the ultimate Saxon warrior, blonde hair, braided beard, armoured up, sword ready. He's not just a nobleman, he's a brand, popular, rich, battle-tested, the kind of guy other lords follow without question. But this rise wasn't a fairy tale, it was a countdown, because every step Harold took toward greatness also brought him one step closer to that fatal arrow. You're Harold Godwinson, second son of the most powerful family in England, golden-haired, sword-sharp, loyalty practically sewn into your tunic. You've served your king, commanded ships, protected the coast from raiders with a personal fleet that wouldn't look out of place in a saga. But here's the kicker. Loyalty means nothing when the new boss shows up with his own favourites. Edward the Confessor, your brother-in-law by the way, walks in like the new manager of a medieval start-up and starts replacing all the old hands with his own crew. Norman nobles, French-speaking clerics, imported bishops with agendas longer than their robes. He gives away land like party favours, not to you, but to his foreign entourage. And the crown jewel of this Norman invasion, Robert of Jumièges, Archbishop of Canterbury. Robert wasn't just a churchman, he was the medieval equivalent of a spin doctor, a whisperer in Edward's ear, so persuasive he could point at a crow and say, "That's a dove," and Edward would clap. He had one goal: sideline your family, because if the Godwins, your clan, are out, there's a wide, crown-shaped path cleared for William of Normandy. But politics are only part of the mess. This story, it's a family tragedy, one powered by ego, betrayal, and, well, a brother named Sweyn. Sweyn, your older brother. Born with a silver goblet in his mouth and a Viking chip on his shoulder. Think rich kid gone wild, the kind of guy who turns exile into a world tour of disgrace. He's booted to Denmark for keeping a nun imprisoned in ways we won't get into. Let's just say the scandal scorched the family name. His land, split between you and your cousin Bjorn. But Sweyn doesn't take exile quietly. Denmark throws him out too, and next thing you know he's back in England, all contrite and desperate. "Forgive me," he says. "Let me have my lands back," he says. "You're livid. You've been loyal, hauling anchors and facing storms while he's been trashing the Godwin name. And now you're supposed to give back your hard-won estate to this disgraceful has-been?" For the first time, you draw a line in the sand, not just against Sweyn, but against your own father. The family splits, Godwin and Sweyn on one side, you and your brothers on the other. The once untouchable Godwin dynasty is fracturing. Edward makes the call. Sweyn is to get out again or face execution. It seems final, but Sweyn's not done yet. Down the coast, you're waiting near an old Roman fort when he rides in, all drama and desperation. He begs for one last chance. Somehow he convinces cousin Bjorn, yes, the same guy who took half his land, to plead his case. Bjorn agrees, bad move. What happens next is murky, but it reeks of betrayal. Sweyn takes Bjorn, ties him up, throws him on a boat, and eliminates him. Just like that, the family isn't just fractured, it's bleeding. Sweyn Godwinson had crossed the line again, but this time there was no coming back. After eliminating his cousin Bjorn in cold injury and tossing his body into a nameless grave, even the battle-hardened sailors of the royal fleet had had enough. They didn't just shun him, they nithinged him. Viking code, that means you're so disgraceful, even your enemies don't want to defeat you. They just want you gone. His own ships deserted him. No allies, no home. So he slinked off to Flanders, seeking shelter among England's rivals. And yet, because medieval family politics are messier than a royal banquet with no cutlery, dear old Dad tried to bring him back. In 1051, with his influence fraying like an old battle banner, Earl Godwin twisted what leverage he had left to pressure King Edward into pardoning the man who'd slayed his cousin and disgraced the family. Against all logic and the fury of the realm, Sweyn returned. But his homecoming wasn't met with feasts and warm embraces. It reignited every grudge, every rivalry. Other nobles, forced to give back lands they'd been granted during Sweyn's exile, grumbled and simmered. Edward, meanwhile, still had personal beef with Godwin. The two never clicked, and behind the curtain, Archbishop Robert of Jumièges, yes, still meddling, saw his moment. He whispered a plan into the king's ear, time to take out the Godwins for good. Edward set the stage with chilling precision. He invited his brother-in-law Eustace of Boulogne for a visit. Eustace arrived not with gifts, but with a small army of thugs. They went into Dover, Godwin's own turf, and picked a fight in a tavern. What started as a bar brawl exploded into a street riot. Injuries spilled on both sides. Edward issued a royal decree, punished the town. Godwin now had two choices: burn Dover to the ground and betray his own people, or refuse and defy the king. He chose rebellion. Rallying his sons, including Harold, Godwin tried to negotiate, but Edward had rallied the other earls. Worse, he refused the Godwin safe conduct to the emergency council. Trapped, cornered, and outmaneuvered, the entire Godwin clan packed their ships and sailed into exile. For Harold, it should have been the end. But Edward had misjudged the political gravity. The exile of England's most powerful family rattled the noble class. If the king could wipe out them, who was safe? Within 10 months, messages of support crossed the Channel. Harold and his father returned in force, sailing up the Thames, landing at Southwark. Edward watched from across the river, his supporters suddenly very quiet. There were no bridges. So the Bishop of Winchester had to ferry back and forth, negotiating. It ended with Edward eating humble pie. The Godwins were reinstated. Norman cronies, including Robert of Jumièges, were sent packing. Robert fled so fast he left a trail of injury on the streets. But victory came at a cost. Within 6 months, Sweyn passed away, disgraced and broken. Then Earl Godwin followed, leaving Harold the new Earl of Wessex, the mightiest man in England, second only to the king. A clean slate? Almost. One haunting detail remained. When Harold fled in 1051, Robert of Jumièges had taken his younger brother and nephew hostage and handed them over to William of Normandy. Those two boys, rotting in a Norman dungeon, would become Harold's ticking time bomb. Because that act planted the first seed of something dark and inescapable, the Battle of Hastings. It was one thing to be the king's right-hand man. It was another to be the only man in the kingdom who could stomp into a burning border town, stare down a warlord, and come back with a head in a bag. That was Harold Godwinson. Let's rewind. The borderlands of Herefordshire had always been sketchy territory. Just across the line, the Welsh were waiting with spears, raids, and zero interest in neighbourly diplomacy. Edward the Confessor, trying to be clever, brought over Norman nobles not just for the fancy accents, but for their revolutionary tech, the Motter and Bailey Castle. These were quick-build fortresses. Slap a wooden tower on a man-made hill, ring it with a palisade, add a yard for troops and horses, and boom, you've got a military pop-up shop. Attackers had to fight uphill. Defenders had a perfect perch to rain chaos. One of these castles was built in what is now a sleepy spot in Herefordshire, known locally as the Mound. Unremarkable, maybe. But in Harold's day, prime real estate, defensible, strategic, and eventually his. The Welsh didn't care. In 1055, they surged across the border, swatting aside the local lord, an unfortunate chap nicknamed Ralph the Timid, and torched Hereford's Minster. Big mistake. The moment you burn a church, you get Harold. He came down like a hammer. But instead of just swinging swords, Harold brought strategy. First, he negotiated land for peace. The kind of move that makes other earls go, huh, that's smart. Then he got practical. He reinforced Hereford with moats, walls, and some good old-fashioned intimidation. You can still trace his urban redesign today, his legacy written in street grids and stonework. But the Welsh weren't done. Griffith ap Llywelyn, the leader of this Celtic thorn in Edward's side, kept poking the bear. So Harold decided to stop playing defense. Christmas 1062, he goes full commando. While the rest of England was carolling or drinking mead, Harold led a lightning march deep into Welsh territory, fast, brutal, focused. His troops, normally clad in clunky armour, moved like shadows, no waiting for summer campaigns, no war horns, just steel and surprise. Griffith fled, but Harold wasn't done. His brother Tostig kept the pressure on by land, and Harold took to the sea, outflanking the mountains and torching what the Welsh thought was untouchable. When the smoke cleared, the Welsh response wasn't another ambush. It was a gift box containing Griffith's head. Harold had done what no one else could. He pacified the border, pleased the king, and solidified his place at the top of England's food chain. With lands in the south and now on the Welsh frontier, he was rich, powerful, respected, feared. And when he wasn't crushing rebellions, he hawked, not the bird kind, the noble sport. Think medieval polo, but with falcons. It was elegant, elite, and very Harold. He was living the high life, but as always in stories like these, when you rise that high, there's only one direction left. Harold Godwinson wasn't just England's top warrior and political heavyweight, he was also something of a celebrity hawker. Wherever he went, there went the bird, perched regally on his arm like a medieval Rolex. And this wasn't a casual hobby. Harold had the finest collection of falconry books in Europe, a sort of 11th century status symbol meets obsession. But behind the chainmail and the talons, there was a softer side too. Enter Edith Swan Neck, Harold's partner, soulmate, and the rare spark of genuine affection in a time when marriages were more about land than love. They weren't just paired off like livestock at a noble auction. By all accounts, they were truly, stubbornly, tenderly together. Their relationship in the world of arranged alliances and dynastic duty was the closest thing medieval England had to a love story. Still, power required piety, or at least the performance of it. Harold did what every wealthy nobleman was expected to do. He funded religious construction, big ones, flashy ones. King Edward was already pouring silver into a new abbey near Westminster, so Harold needed a passion project to match, cue Waltham Abbey. Legend says Harold had once prayed at the shrine of the Holy Cross in Waltham and was miraculously healed of some sort of paralysis. Whether it was divine intervention or a really good stretch, Harold took it seriously. He poured his wealth into the place, gold-threaded vestments, imported relics, a marble altar, gospel books with silver covers. If holiness were a luxury brand, Harold owned the flagship store. But just when everything was gleaming, his lands, his titles, his future, Harold made a critical error. In 1064 he sailed from Bosham to Normandy on what seemed like a diplomatic errand. But what happened next would ripple across history. The Norman spin machine, led by William the Conqueror's court scribes, would later claim Harold was sent by Edward the Confessor to reaffirm a royal promise, that William, Duke of Normandy, was to inherit the English crown. But that version conveniently skips a few chapters, because back in 1056, Edward had actually dispatched Harold all the way to Hungary to bring back a distant royal relative, an heir he wanted to groom for succession. That boy was now living quietly in Edward's court. So the idea that Edward had promised the throne to a Norman outsider just doesn't hold water. More likely, Harold was on a personal rescue mission. Remember those hostages taken back in 1051 when Archbishop Robert fled England? Among them, Harold's brother and nephew. Harold crossed the Channel not as a kingmaker, but as a brother. and completely unaware that he was walking into a trap. What Harold didn't know was that William of Normandy had been nursing a throne-shaped ambition fueled by whispered promises and a convenient sense of destiny. And the moment Harold landed on Norman shores, William saw his opportunity and pounced. To understand how England's fate was sealed not with a sword, but with a stitch, you've got to stand before the Bayeux Tapestry. Not some dusty manuscript, but 70 meters of embroidered drama, essentially the world's first comic strip. Commissioned to hang in Bayeux Cathedral, it was a Norman mic drop, stitched by English hands, possibly at Canterbury, under the gaze of Norman overseers. Irony? Oh, absolutely. It begins with Harold's bad luck, 1064. He sails off to Normandy, hoping to bring back his long-lost brother and nephew, a family errand. But Neptune isn't feeling generous. A storm tosses him off course and he washes ashore in the wrong part of Normandy, where a local baron promptly throws him into a cell. Enter William, Duke of Normandy, Harold's rescuer. But if you're picturing a heartfelt reunion with handshakes and wine, don't. William doesn't just save Harold, he claims him. Harold goes from honoured guest to glorified hostage. 1 minute he's the most powerful earl in England. The next he's trailing William from castle to castle like a very well-dressed political pawn. Now William didn't just want company, he had a plan. William, born from Viking stock and raised dodging assassins and civil wars, wasn't the type to waste time. He wanted the English crown and he wanted Harold, England's golden boy, to help him get it. So he made Harold fight for him. Together they ride into Brittany. When a couple of Norman knights get sucked into the quicksand of the river Quesnon, Harold leaps in like it's a medieval action flick. One by one, he drags them out. The Normans are stunned. This guy can fight. And maybe, just maybe, he could be useful. In return for his heroics, Harold is knighted by William. But this isn't just a nice sword tap on the shoulder. In the medieval playbook, being knighted by someone meant pledging loyalty. And William was about to exploit that in full, because next stop, Bayeux Cathedral. The trap springs shut. Inside that sacred space, surrounded by relics, with his hands on the bones of saints, Harold is forced to swear an oath to support William's claim to the English throne. He's not asked, he's told. And though Harold probably had his mental fingers crossed, in the eyes of medieval Europe, he might as well have signed an injury. William now had what he needed, a public, sacred promise. And the moment Harold broke it, William would have a divine excuse to invade. And he'd use it. Harold Godwinson made it back to England with a grim souvenir, a sworn oath on sacred relics to hand the throne over to William of Normandy, an oath he never meant to keep. But he also knew William wouldn't forget. The clock was ticking, and back home, the family drama was heating up like a poorly watched cauldron. Enter Tostig, Harold's younger brother, now ruling Northumbria, a wild and woolly corner of England where sheep outnumbered tax collectors and folks were perfectly content paying half what everyone else did. Tostig, bless him, decided to fix that. With the finesse of a bad manager at budget season, he doubled their taxes overnight. Wrong move. These weren't quiet folk. They remembered Lady Godiva not as the naked lady on a horse, but as a tax protester who'd ridden through Coventry to shame her husband into mercy. The Northumbrians didn't ride, they rioted. On October 3rd, 1065, local nobles stormed Tostig's base in York, pillaged his armoury, and slayed his guards. Then they marched south. Their demand? Replace Tostig with Lady Godiva's own grandson, no less. Edward the Confessor sent Harold to fix it. And what Harold found was a powder keg with 3 options: start a civil war to defend his brother, side with the rebels and keep the peace, or stall until William crossed the Channel with injury in his eyes. He chose England. Harold recommended the king replace Tostig. The nation couldn't afford a civil war, not with Norman sails already glinting on the horizon. Tostig didn't take it well. He raged, cursed, and fled into exile, vowing revenge not just on the rebels, but on the brother he now saw as his ultimate betrayer. Then the king passed away. Edward the Confessor collapsed on Christmas Day, 1065. By January 4th, he was gone. On his demise bed, he looked at Harold, not the child heir he'd once imported from Hungary, not the distant Norman duke, and made the call. England needed strength. He named Harold as his successor. 2 days later, Westminster Abbey rang with a funeral dirge and a coronation chant. One king buried, another crowned. Harold, the only man in England powerful enough to hold the realm together, took the throne. Every noble in the land backed it. To them, it was a no-brainer. But across the Channel in Normandy, the news fell like a thunderclap. William was out hunting when the messenger arrived. He didn't speak, just turned, cloak dragging behind him, and walked home in silence. Hours passed. When he finally stirred, he pressed his forehead against a pillar, trying to cool the volcanic fury within. Then he stood, looked to his war council, and gave the order: build the fleet. At the mouth of the River Dives, at Dives-sur-Mer, the greatest invasion force England had ever seen began to take shape. 700 ships, thousands of warriors, and one unstoppable claim to a broken oath. William's rage had become a juggernaut. Normandy was transformed into a war machine. Forests fell, around 60,000 trees chopped and hauled for ships. Over 8,000 men were put to work building an armada the likes of which Europe had never seen. But it wasn't just manpower, it was money, logistics, propaganda. Every cobbler, baker and stable boy in Normandy was suddenly on campaign, even if they never left home. At first, not everyone was eager to charge into a hornet's nest like England. The English were known fighters. This looked like tragic end, but William had a trick up his sleeve: divine PR. He convinced the Pope this wasn't a land grab. No, this was holy war, a crusade. The English king, Harold, had broken a sacred oath. The Archbishop of Canterbury, illegitimately appointed. William painted himself as a righteous avenger. The Pope bought it, sent a holy banner, a relic, to carry into battle. And suddenly, God was on William's side. That shut the doubters up. Across the Channel, Harold Godwinson watched and waited. He called out his Fyrd, the English militia, and lined the southern coast with thousands of men. All summer they stood ready, and waited, and waited. But the wind, stubborn and weirdly symbolic, refused to blow William's fleet toward England. Eventually Harold let his men go home for the harvest. After all, an army can't eat patriotism, and that's when the invasion came, but not from Normandy. Tostig, Harold's own vengeful brother, had found a new best friend, Harald Hardrada of Norway. The man was a mountain in chainmail, a former emperor's bodyguard, a legend in injury. He arrived with 72,000 seasoned Norse warriors. Together they sailed up the River Ouse and took York with terrifying ease. Harold didn't hesitate. He launched a forced march from London to the north, 19 miles at breakneck speed, covering 25 miles a day over nothing more than mud-rutted cart tracks. Troops met him as he moved. It was one of the most impressive logistical maneuvers of the medieval age. On September 24th, he reached York. The next morning, the invaders, relaxed, armourless, sunbathing miles from their ships, were caught completely off guard at Stamford Bridge. Legend tells of a lone Norse berserker holding the bridge like a mythical beast, cutting down 45 men before an English soldier floated under the planks in a half-barrel and skewered him from below. Then came the true clash. Two shield walls met with the full force of centuries-old rage and muscle. Shields locked, swords thrust, axes hewed. The Saxons used SWAT squads with giant two-handed axes, hoping to crack open the Norse line like a skull. It was brutal, slow, and thunderously final. By day's end, both Tostig and Hardrada lay dead. Harold had crushed the Vikings. He had defended his crown. But even as the injury dried on his sword and the cheers echoed in York across the southern sea, William's ships had finally caught the wind. The fields near Hastings were soaked in rain, silence, and fate. 3 days after one of the greatest victories in English history, after defeating the fearsome Viking Harold Hardrada and watching the last great Norse threat crawl back to sea, with only 24 of their original 300 ships, Harold received the news that shattered his brief triumph. William of Normandy had landed. He wasn't just on the coast, he was at Pevensey. The Norman Duke had finally caught the wind and made his move. It was as if the gods had given Harold a final, crushing question on who wants to be King of England. Get this one right, and your crown is forever. So once again, Harold did the impossible. He rallied what was left of his exhausted northern force, left behind the most footsore, and marched south at incredible speed, covering 250 miles to meet William's freshly rested, well-fed army. William, meanwhile, had set up near Hastings on firmer ground than Pevensey's marshes. He pillaged the surrounding countryside, sending a fiery message. I'm not here for diplomacy. The Bayeux Tapestry doesn't just stitch banners and horses, it shows war's collateral damage for the first time. A mother fleeing with her child, homes burning. Harold knew what was at stake. England wasn't just a crown, it was his people. He made his stand on a ridge. Today we call it Battle. Then it was just a hill near the local apple tree. He took the high ground, built a wall of shields, 4, 5, 6 men thick, and formed a human fortress. Around 200 meters in each direction, his lines stretched across the road to London. He wasn't just defending a place, he was defending a future. No horses for kings today. Harold and his thanes rode to the field, dismounted, and stepped into the ranks like everyone else. Shoulder to shoulder, sword to sword, the elite of England standing in the mud with the farmers, the blacksmiths, the feared. It was a defensive masterstroke. He knew the hill, the terrain, the value of holding ground. The battle began at 9 a.m. with the blare of Norman trumpets echoing off wet grass and old bones. William's army advanced, struggling uphill, straight into the shield wall of a man who had already crushed the Vikings. But this was no ordinary enemy, and the next hours would decide everything. The Normans came thundering up the slope, armour glinting, horses snorting, banners flying, but the Saxons were already there, waiting, lined up like an iron cliff. Above the din, they beat their weapons on their shields in unison, a rolling thunder that shook the valley. At the centre of it all stood King Harold, bellowing his battle cry, "Holy Cross!" Again and again William threw his infantry, then his cavalry, into the Saxon shield wall, and again they shattered like waves on stone. The Saxons held. They always held. Then came a twist of fate. William's left flank, Breton soldiers, many of them barely trained, panicked. Word spread like fire in dry straw. William is dead. Men turned and ran. The retreat rippled through the Norman lines. The Saxons saw it. A surge of adrenaline, a cry of triumph. The wall cracked open and a contingent charged downhill, convinced victory was theirs. But William wasn't dead, just his horse. Blue passed away, battered but very much alive. He threw off his helmet, raised his sword, and revealed his face to the terrified men. The rumours passed away, and the fighting spirit returned. Then came the counterstroke. The pursuing Saxons, now isolated on the flat, were surrounded and slaughtered. It was a lesson. And William learned quickly. He weaponized the chaos. Again and again that afternoon, the Normans repeated the trick. Ride up, feign retreat, draw the Saxons out, then turn, surround, destroy. It chipped away at the shield wall, which had stood like bedrock all day. This wasn't a battle, it was a siege in motion. 9.5 hours, unheard of for medieval warfare. Blood turned the soil to sludge, limbs littered the field. Still Harold held on. If only night had fallen, if only he'd had 30 more minutes. But then came the arrows, a shift in strategy, subtle and sinister. The Bayeux Tapestry starts to fill with archers along the lower border, arrows shot high, angled down, not to break armour, but to find gaps, eyes, throats, and then the moment. One arrow, that arrow, found its mark. Harold was struck in the eye. He staggered, wounded, but not dead. But the Normans surged forward. Cavalry cut through what was left. Harold, perhaps already dying, was finished off by sword. Two scenes stitched into one, Harold with the arrow, and another figure falling, legs slashed, his body defiled. Historians believe both are Harold, and if you look closely, the second once had an arrow too. The threads were picked out centuries ago, but the holes remain like ghost wounds. Afterward, the battlefield became a slay's yard. Harold's body, stripped, hacked, dumped among hundreds of bodies, unrecognizable, until Edith Swan Neck arrived. She walked among the dead, searching, not with a name, not with a title, but with love. She found him, the chroniclers say, not by his face, but by marks known only to her. Scars, birthmarks, touchstones of a shared life. And there, on the hill, he chose to make his stand. The last Anglo-Saxon king of England was lost to history. She knew him by touch alone. When Edith Swan Neck finally found Harold's broken body, it was not by crown or crest, but by the private scars of a shared life, the invisible landmarks of love and memory. The battlefield was strewn with bodies hacked and stripped, the air thick with decay and silence, but she saw what others missed. The chroniclers tell us she identified him by certain marks known only to a lover. Harold's mother offered his weight in gold to reclaim his body, a fortune, a gesture steeped in grief and pride. But William refused. He knew better than to allow a martyr's shrine to bloom on Saxon soil. He wanted no sacred ground, no pilgrimages, no hero's tomb to ignite rebellion. The earliest accounts say William had Harold buried by the sea, a vague, untraceable resting place. But tradition clung to a different tale, that Harold's body was taken to Waltham Abbey, the religious house he had built with his own wealth, prayers and faith. That version held for centuries. Until something curious surfaced in Bosham. In the 1950s, heating works disturbed the floor of the village church. The same church, tied to Harold's boyhood. Beneath the flagstones near the tomb of King Cynot's daughter, workers uncovered another burial. A body desecrated, no head, no right leg, 2/3 of the left missing. At first they assumed vandalism, but the tapestry told a different story, of a king struck in the eye, a leg hewn in battle. Then came the words of a Norman bishop, written just a year after Hastings, describing a mutilated body. Strike downed, dismembered. It matched every grisly detail. And what of Bosham? After the conquest, William claimed it as personal land, quiet, coastal, and now tightly controlled. If he buried Harold here, it would explain everything. No shrine, no Saxon resistance rallying at the tomb, just silence, order, the past quietly erased, because William had plans, not just for land, but for culture, a new aristocracy, a new language. The Saxons, their names scrubbed, their stories rewritten, their heroes turned into cautionary tales. But Harold defied that. He wasn't a loser, he was a last stand, a final flame of native English rule, extinguished not by failure, but by fate. Had that arrow missed, just that one arrow, Harold might stand among England's greats beside Elizabeth Nelson Churchill. Instead, he became a shadow. And in that loss, England lost something too, a bridge between rulers and ruled, between tongue and truth. What came after was rich, yes, but fractured. The divide between the elite and the people, first carved at Hastings, has echoed for 1,000 years. Harold stands for what was before, for old English valour, for a world rooted in soil and kin. And in Bosham's quiet church, beneath the echo of waves, he may still lie, England's last Saxon king, buried not in glory, but in silence. Forget Mel Gibson face paint and dramatic shouts of freedom, because the real story of William Wallace starts not on a battlefield, but with a body sprawled across a patch of quiet land, hacked to demise in the spring of 1297. Sir William Heselrigg, Sheriff of Lanark, was the man who got the axe, literally. And the young upstart behind it, Wallace. William Wallace, not yet a legend, not yet Braveheart, just an angry Scot with a sword and a cause. Lanark is now paved over with schools, estates and car parks, but under all that modern life lies a trail of rebellion, soaked in injury. Depending on which side of the border you're from, Wallace was either a patriot or a militant, but one thing's clear. He was there when Scotland needed someone to stop asking politely. Now let's rewind. Wallace wasn't born into power. No crown, no castles, just the second son of a minor knight. He should have disappeared into history like a pebble in a loch. But history had other plans. Scotland was doing just fine, rich, thriving, peaceful, until March 19th, 1286. That night, King Alexander III got a little too merry at Edinburgh Castle. Despite the storm outside and the pleading of his court, he decided he simply must ride home to see his new young wife across the Firth of Forth. Rain lashing sideways, pitch black, half drunk, he mounted up anyway. Somewhere along the coastal path, the king vanished. His horse stumbled, he fell, his neck snapped. 6 centuries later, the Victorians built a stone monument on the spot to honour the tragedy. And with classic Victorian understatement, the plaque basically says, "This is what happens when you ride drunk for love." With Alexander dead, and his heir also gone, Scotland fell apart. Rival clans turned on each other, civil war loomed. A king needed choosing, but not just any king. They needed someone holy, noble, impartial, someone European. So naturally, they asked Edward I of England. Big mistake. Big mistake. Edward, a master of conquest with a shiny track record in crushing Wales and eyeing Ireland, didn't see a neighbour in need. He saw opportunity. The crisis in Scotland, his golden ticket to expand the English Empire, and once he stepped in under the banner of peacekeeping, he never intended to leave, so Edward the Wine plays nice, pretends to help Scotland choose a king and then pulls the rug. At Norham Castle, he lines up the Scottish nobles and makes them kiss the proverbial ring, acknowledging him as their feudal overlord. Think of it as medieval mob politics, every noble, a regional boss, nodding to Edward as the big Don. And when John Balliol was installed as king, puppet, strings and all. But while the aristocracy bent the knee, the common folk didn't. They burned with quiet fury. And from that simmering rebellion, sparks began to fly. Attacks on English outposts broke out like wildfires. Guerrilla warfare before the term even existed. And right in the middle of it all, a towering young Scot named William Wallace. Stories started flying. Wallace fishing by a river. English soldiers swagger up and demand his catch. Wallace offers them half, cheeky, sure, but fair. One soldier doesn't like the attitude, draws steel. Wallace grabs his fishing pole, blocks the blow, disarms the man, then strike-downs him with his own sword, then defeats two more before the rest flee, probably questioning their life choices. Who was this man? No contemporary portraits, only later guesses, but the scraps we have say he was huge, possibly 6 feet 6 inches, with a scar on his neck from an arrow wound. He was only about 26 when his name began echoing from village to village. According to Blind Harry, a Scottish chronicler with a flair for myth-making, Wallace's family came from a place called Elderslie, just south of Glasgow. The name Wallace itself, likely from Llewellys, the Welshman. His family probably descended from Norman settlers who'd originally come from Wales. Minor nobles, not high lords but not peasants either. And the site, it checks out. In 1998, an archaeological dig uncovered evidence of a fortified hamlet right where the tradition said it should be. You can still walk the outline, a path following the trench, hewn out of stone, that once ringed their home. It would have been modest by noble standards, a timber or stone hall house surrounded by a palisade, middle to upper middle class in modern terms, enough prestige to have standing, not enough to stay out of trouble. And here's the kicker, early records say Wallace was headed for the church, taught by monks, groomed for priesthood. That was the usual path for a second son in a noble but not rich family. But instead of scriptures and sermons, Wallace chose swords and storm. And Scotland would never be the same. William Wallace was never destined to be a monk. Sure, the early church education may have steered him toward a pious path, but the real clues, like the seal discovered with a bow carved prominently at its centre, tell a different story. Wallace wasn't clutching a crucifix in his youth. He was likely gripping a longbow, not as a soldier necessarily, but as a hunter, maybe even a poacher. He had no land, no inheritance, no title to fall back on. If Wallace was going to make something of himself, it had to come from his own hands, his own arrows, and when the time came, his own rage. And that rage found its match in Edward I. By 1296, Edward had lost all patience with his Scottish puppet king, John Balliol. After years of indignity, John rebelled and led the Scots into northern England on a raid. Edward pounced, the gloves came off, he marched north, spoiling for injury, and the town of Berwick gave him just the excuse he needed. Back then, Berwick wasn't the sleepy English border town we know today. It was Scottish and rich. A port bustling with merchants, gold and wool. But when some local Scots eliminated English traders and looted their goods, Edward didn't see a crime. He saw a stage, a place to make an example so brutal no one would ever question him again. The attack began like thunder. Edward's army surged into Berwick like a flood. The town was barely defended. Some Belgian merchants held out in the Red Tower, even managing to defeat Edward's cousin. He took it personally, had them killed by fire, then gave the order. "Havoc!" The cry rang out. "Loot! Kill! Burn!" It was the word that gave us havoc, and its meaning was written in injury. Women were violated, men slayed, houses torched, the River Tweed choked with bodies. English chroniclers claimed half the town's population was defeated in 3 days of madness. And it only stopped because Edward, the man who'd started it all, caught sight of a soldier cutting down a pregnant woman mid-labour. That moment chilled even him. But Edward wasn't done. He crushed the Scottish army, imprisoned Balliol in the Tower of London, and took the Stone of Destiny, the sacred coronation stone of Scottish kings, and hauled it back to Westminster. To him, this was game over. He even joked as he appointed his new governor in Scotland, "Well done, you got rid of the Scots." But Edward didn't understand what he'd ignited. He thought subduing the nobles meant the people would follow, but in Berwick he hadn't defeated rebellion, he'd baptized it. All across Scotland fires of resistance were lit, not by kings but by commoners, and at the heart of it one tall, scarred, bow-wielding rebel was sharpening his blade. Wallace had just found his cause. William Wallace didn't emerge from the mist of history like some divine warrior. He stepped into the light at Lanark, soaked in injury and vengeance. According to the old chronicles, it wasn't the public horrors of Berwick that first drew his sword, but something far more intimate: love. St. Kentigern's church, quiet and devout, was where Wallace first saw her, Marion Braidfoot, a local girl from Lamington. They say he was smitten instantly. Theirs was a secret affair, a whispered romance amid the growing storm of English occupation. Eventually they married in secret. But of course the English sheriff of Lanark, William Heselrigg, had also noticed Marion. And he wasn't just jealous, he was dangerous. After Wallace clashed with Heselrigg's men in a street skirmish, Marion helped him escape into the hills. That act of loyalty, of love, was her demise sentence. Heselrigg, consumed by hatred and lust, ordered her execution. Wallace heard, and something inside him broke. In May 1297 he returned to Lanark under cover of night. Lanark Castle, now just a memory beneath the local bowling club, was caught off guard. Wallace's men crept in quietly, one by one, until the signal came. Then they struck. Wallace burst into Heselrigg's chambers and with one monstrous sweep of his sword split the sheriff's skull from crown to collarbone. One of his followers drove 3 more blades into the body for good measure. No trial, no mercy, just steel and fire. The Scottish raiders then rampaged through the town, defeating English soldiers wherever they found them. Only women and priests were spared. It was the first moment that Wallace stepped onto the national stage, not as a general, but as an avenger. Of course, not everyone buys the love story. Some say Marion Braidfoot never existed, that she was a myth layered over reality, a Scottish maid Marion for a new kind of outlaw. After all, this was the era of Robin Hood ballads. Maybe chroniclers, eager to turn Wallace into a Celtic legend, gave him his own doomed love to match. What we do know is this: Wallace was already living on the edge, landless, likely poaching to survive, possibly already outside Scots law. He wasn't a knight, he wasn't born into leadership, but the war gave him purpose, and the Heselrig defeating gave him a name. From outlaw to leader, Wallace's rise was meteoric. People flocked to him. His band of rebels became a militia, then an army, and at its head a towering, scarred, longbow-wielding man from Elderslie, furious, brilliant, unstoppable. And whether Marion was real or not, it was a single, savage night in Lanark that turned William Wallace from ghost into legend. By 1297, William Wallace wasn't just a thorn in the English side, he was part of something much bigger. While he struck down sheriffs and led ambushes in the south, another rebel had been doing the same up north. His name was Andrew Murray. Young, noble, and just as relentless. Separate, they were irritants. Together, they were a revolution. Their forces joined, their reputations soared, and suddenly the English weren't dealing with scattered uprisings, they were facing an organized Scottish rebellion with real momentum. Edward I, still off campaigning in France, snapped to attention. He sent an army north with one order: crush them. But to get into the Highlands, to really subdue Scotland, they had to cross the River Forth. And the crossing point, Stirling Bridge. This wasn't just a patch of stone over water. It was a bottleneck, the gateway to Scotland's heart. Wallace and Murray saw it for what it was, a chance to stop a superior English army using brains instead of brawn. But here's the kicker. For centuries, no one knew exactly where that famous bridge stood. The modern one, wasn't it? Only recently, with the help of amateur archaeologists and an old pearl fisher's trick, a wooden bucket with a glass bottom, did they find the ancient stone piers, upstream and angled, not straight. Odd, but it fit the ancient town's seal. A diagonal bridge, narrow and wooden, on 8 stout stone supports. That bridge became the trap. Wallace and Murray positioned their forces on the northern bank, high ground overlooking the crossing. From there, Wallace could see everything: the slow march of armoured men, the horses, the wagons, all trying to squeeze across a wooden gangplank, barely wide enough for 2 riders abreast. It was a perfect place to strike. And Wallace, driven not by chance or destiny, but by sheer, unshakable will, was ready to turn a ragtag rebellion into Scotland's defining resistance. On that misty morning in September 1297, William Wallace stood on the northern bank of the River Forth, eyes locked on the English encampment swelling below the shadow of Stirling Castle. His men, lightly armed, poorly armoured, some likely barefoot, gazed southward at what must have looked like the apocalypse. Up to 50,000 English infantry, nearly 1,000 cavalry, glittering armour, war horses, gold-threaded standards fluttering in the wind. They were outnumbered 10 to 1. They were staring down the mightiest army in Europe. And yet, Wallace had a plan. He knew the terrain like it was stitched into his soul. The River Forth looped lazily, flanking a stretch of boggy land between the English and the narrow stone bridge, the only crossing. Worse still for the invaders, a raised causeway funneled their approach, a medieval choke point. The English hesitated. 3 times they advanced toward the bridge, and 3 times they stopped. Their heavy horses sunk in the mud. The rising tide swelled the marshes. Even the nobles started twitching. Dominican friars trotted across the bridge with peace offers. Wallace sent them back with fire in his voice. We have not come for peace, but to avenge our country. Let there be no doubt, the upstart wanted a fight, and the English obliged. One by one, in pairs, the knights clanked across the bridge, expecting a proper engagement, chivalry, formation, fanfare. But Wallace and Andrew Murray weren't playing that game. They waited, perched in silence behind the ridgeline. Then, with the perfect number of enemies across, just enough to crush, not enough to repel, Wallace lifted his horn and blew. The hills exploded. From behind that white bungalow, yes, the very spot today, the Scots erupted. They stormed down the high ground, surrounded the English flank, and slammed into them with pure fury. They hacked at horses' legs, speared through stomachs. The marsh sucked at iron boots, and the causeway, now clogged, offered no retreat. It wasn't battle, it was slay. 5,000 English were slaughtered, the bridge choked with bodies. Wallace and Murray had taken on the best equipped army in Christendom and destroyed them with guile, timing, and Scottish earth itself. It wasn't just a victory, it was a statement. This was the moment when rebellion became war, when a nation remembered it could stand. Stirling Bridge even now echoes with that first blast of Wallace's horn, not just in stone, but in the pride that still bleeds through every blade of grass. You can feel it under your boots, in the wind, echoing off the hills. Maybe it's just the rugby pitch, maybe it's the ancient turf beneath it. But for a few electric minutes, when the story of Stirling Bridge is told, every kid in the room knows it. Something happened here, something that mattered. And for once, the classroom falls silent, because for a heartbeat, history isn't a dusty textbook, it's their story. William Wallace did that, the man who, against all odds, turned a fractured, defeated country into a fighting nation, who stood on a hill with a horn in his hand and gave Scotland its roar. But legends are never tidy. After Stirling, Wallace was alone. Andrew Murray, his brilliant partner in strategy, passed away from wounds shortly after their triumph. Wallace, now the undisputed face of resistance, pushed the fight south. He took the war to England, and that's where the story darkens. To the Scots, Wallace was a liberator, a beacon, a 27-year-old who embarrassed the strongest army in Europe and rose where nobles had crumbled. But to the English, he was a militant, a man who didn't play by the rules, who didn't wait for banners and trumpets before attacking, who hit hard and without mercy. And when he crossed the border into Northumberland and Cumberland, the fury followed. The English chronicles say he burned monasteries, drowned monks, torched schools with children inside. They accuse him of attacks, of hatred, of cleansing the land of anyone who spoke their language. Even the Scottish accounts try to spin it, saying Wallace tried to restrain his men, protected priests, but they don't deny his hatred. Because this wasn't just war, it was vengeance, and Wallace wasn't interested in diplomacy. Hero or accused combatant, that depends on your map. But his legend, that never slowed down. The Victorian age turned him into myth. A giant statue now towers over Stirling, watching eternally over the site of his greatest victory. Pilgrims from every corner of the world, from Florida to Fife, come to stand in his shadow, to remember, to believe. Even if they also now stand beside grim reminders, the racks, the spikes, the executioner's tools that ended him. Wallace's story isn't clean, it's raw, bloody, complicated, but that's why it still matters, because for a moment, one man made a nation stand, and for a moment, even centuries later, a room full of kids can still feel it. If you met William Wallace in a dark alley or on a sunny hillside, you'd best hope you weren't wearing an English crest. He was terrifying. That much is clear. Not terrifying like some shadowy legend. Terrifying because he was real, tall, brutal, driven, a man shaped by injury and betrayal. If you were Scottish, you either loved him or feared him, or both. If you were English, he was your worst nightmare, because Wallace had one job and he took it seriously. Kill Englishmen, anywhere, anytime. He didn't smile about it, he didn't ask questions, he simply saw himself as the sword arm of Scottish rage, not a diplomat, not a courtier, a defeater with a cause. But here's the paradox, he wasn't just some axe-wielding sleigh. He had a code, he believed in something. He was loyal to John Balliol, the deposed king. He had faith in Scotland's right to rule itself. He had a mind for tactics, for terrain, for timing. And when he wasn't cleaving through cavalry, he was organising supply lines, punishing defectors, and holding a fractured country together with sheer will. He was knighted, possibly by Robert the Bruce himself, and made guardian of Scotland. He became the de facto head of state, absolute power. No king, no council, just Wallace. And he ruled like a man who knew what was coming. Gibbets went up in towns to scare off backsliders. Ruthless? Maybe. Necessary? Almost certainly. Because Wallace knew, Edward, I wouldn't stop until the land was burnt, the people crushed, and the rebellion extinguished. So Wallace prepared. He invented the schiltron, a massive circular hedge of spears designed to stop cavalry in their tracks. No flanks, no gaps, no mercy, just bristling demise waiting for a charge. As the English invaded, Wallace torched his own countryside, stripping it bare. If they wanted a fight, they'd have to crawl over ash and starvation to get it. It almost worked. The English army stumbled, hungry and lost, with no enemy in sight. Then outside Edinburgh, scouts glimpsed armour on a distant hill, Wallace watching them. And just like that, he vanished. The next battle was near, Wallace was ready, Edward was coming, and this time it would be king versus guardian. Blade versus crown. A final reckoning. The morning mist hung over Falkirk like a curtain before a play. Only this time, the drama would end in disaster. Wallace had the high ground. That much we know. Somewhere near Falkirk, maybe where the supermarket now stands, maybe in the woods, maybe where the road to Edinburgh slices through history, he arranged his men in massive schiltrons, circular fortresses of spears, designed to break cavalry like water on rock. He filled the gaps with archers, short range, fast firing. Behind, he held his cavalry, Scotland's noble elite, waiting for the moment to charge. And then he told his army, I've brought you to the ring. Now dance as best you can. But the dance turned to injury. At first, the English charged exactly as expected. Cavalry thundered up through the bog, the mud sucking at hooves into the hedgehog of Scottish spears. Horses screamed, riders fell. Wallace's trap worked until everything changed. 2 gutting blows. First, the Scottish nobles, the mounted cavalry, turned and fled. No explanation, no orders, just gone. Maybe it was fear, maybe it was betrayal, maybe they never meant to stay. Wallace, a man of humble birth, had always walked a tightrope with Scotland's elite. And now they left him dangling. Then came Edward's trump card, the longbow. With range that defied chivalry and precision that mocked armour, English archers began to rain down demise. Schiltrons weren't designed for that. The spearmen couldn't move, couldn't dodge. They passed away where they stood. Wallace had no answer. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. 10,000 Scots fell. The moor soaked it in. Wallace escaped, barely, but his legend took a beating and took. His strategy hadn't failed. He'd prepared for what the English usually did. He hadn't foreseen the rise of a new era, one ruled not by knights, but by bowmen. The longbow would go on to win England victories at Crécy, Poitiers, Agincourt. Falkirk was just the injury beginning, and Wallace, he kept fighting 7 more years, one man against an empire, but Falkirk haunted him. His noble allies mistrusted him, his standing cracked, his army shattered. Only a few, like John Graham, stood with him to the end. Graham's grave still lies in Falkirk, a quiet stone in a graveyard of ghosts. Wallace wasn't just battling the English, he was battling his own people's politics, jealousy, fear. And at Falkirk, that internal war proved just as deadly. So what do? You've lost your men, your reputation's in ruins. Do you stay and die, or live to fight again? Wallace chose to live. And for that, history still remembers him. Not just for his victories, but for his refusal to vanish. It's easy, with centuries between us, to cast blame on the cavalry who fled at Falkirk, cowards, defectors, fair-weather allies. But when you really look at that hillside, at the slaughter brewing in the bog below, it's clearer they weren't betraying Scotland. They were saving what little might be left to fight another day. There was nothing they could do. Charging down that slope into the quagmire of English archers and trampling knights would have been a noble, tragic end. And Wallace, though he lost his army, though he was demoted from his role as guardian, survived. That in itself was a decision, a defiance. He vanished into the woods of Selkirk, the forests he knew like the lines of his palm. While Edward tightened his iron grip over Scotland, Wallace, outlaw, ghost, survivor, shifted from sword to scroll. And in a rare, precious twist of fate, one of those scrolls survives. A letter from Wallace himself to the merchants of Lübeck, Germany. Scotland, he wrote, was open for trade. The implication was clear. The fight wasn't over. Not militarily, not economically, not politically. Wallace turned diplomat, appealing to France, to the Pope, to any sovereign with influence. In an age without embassies, he staged a one-man summit. He wasn't backed by the nobles. They were already trying to make peace with Edward, to hold on to their lands, their titles, their necks. But Wallace didn't do quiet. He wasn't built for compromise. He was a political loose cannon, a rogue envoy charging through Europe while the official government tried to sweep things under the rug. Even when he returned in 1303, he briefly joined forces with the nobles again, including Robert the Bruce. But when they, too, considered submission, perhaps as a pause, perhaps forever, Wallace couldn't stomach it. Where others saw strategy, Wallace saw surrender. So he disappeared once more. Not into the forest this time, but into the shadows of resistance. A fugitive, still fighting while the rest of Scotland held its breath. He was relentless, and it made him dangerous, not just to England, but to anyone who preferred a quiet peace. Edward I had him at the top of his hit list, the legend, the myth, the man who wouldn't die, and then came the betrayal, not by an English knight, not by a foreign agent, but by a fellow Scot, bought with English gold, captured in 1305, marched south, bound in iron, betrayed by his own. Because as Robert Burns would write centuries later, with the pain still fresh, we are bought and sold for English gold. The end came not in battle, not with sword in hand, but in betrayal, by someone Wallace had once called a friend. Sir John Menteith, godfather to Wallace's children. That's who closed the trap. They caught him at Rob Royston, just outside Glasgow. It wasn't clean, there was a fight. Wallace didn't go quietly, but eventually he was subdued, bound and dragged south, across the border he'd bled to defend, to ensure no Scottish rescue could reach him. 17 days. That's how long it took to deliver him to London. August 23rd, 1305, he stood in Westminster Hall, once the grandest freestanding building in Europe. There was no trial, not really, no defence, no jury of peers, just charge after charge, accusation stacked on accusation. He stayed silent until they accused him of betrayal. Then he broke it, loud and clear. I could not be a defector, for I never swore allegiance to Edward. It didn't matter. The verdict had been written long before he arrived. The sentence, hanging, drawing and quartering, the most savage punishment England could inflict, not just execution, a warning, a spectacle, stripped, tied to horses, dragged through London, head bouncing off cobbles, while jeering crowds threw filth. And still somehow he was alive when they reached Smithfield, the old defeating field outside the walls, now just behind St. Bartholomew's Hospital. There they slayed him. He was hung until the edge of demise, purple, suffocating, limbs jerking, consciousness flickering. Then cut down, drawn, severely injured alive, his entrails tossed into flames as he still breathed. If he had a moment of awareness, it was to smell his own demise rising in smoke. Then quartered, heart torn out, raised to the crowd still beating. Head on a spike above London Bridge, his limbs sent north, Berwick, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Stirling, each piece a warning, a sign, and still it wasn't enough. He was 35, a man who'd only ruled the battlefield for 9 months, who spent more time hunted than he did commanding, a man defeated. But something strange happened. He didn't vanish, because Wallace didn't just die, he became the fire under Robert the Bruce. He became the spirit that marched with every rebel who rose after. He became the name carved not in tombstones but in mountains, in songs, in silence. In demise, William Wallace sealed his immortality, and centuries later the wind still whispers his name. 9 years after Wallace was torn apart, his ghost rose again on the eve of Bannockburn. Robert the Bruce, facing the full might of England, invoked the name of Wallace before leading the Scots into the battle that would finally, undeniably, win their independence. And in those stirring words, something changed. Wallace, the outlaw, the rebel, the hunted, became something greater. Almost 5 centuries later, Robert Burns, born in the same forests where Wallace once hid, heard that echo and answered. He wrote Scots War High, a battle hymn in Wallace's voice, calling his people to freedom. It became Wallace's anthem, a national cry, a song that still stiffens Scottish spines. And when the foundation stone of the Wallace Monument was laid in Stirling, nearly 80,000 people came to witness it. In an age when Scotland was often referred to as just North Britain, they still came in droves, because Wallace wasn't just a hero, he was an idea. Any time Scotland's future has hung in the balance, his shadow reappears. And for good reason. Wallace never gave up. He could have, after Falkirk, after betrayal, after exile. He could have bent the knee, taken a pardon, faded into history, but he didn't. He kept fighting, not always wisely, not always successfully, but always with unwavering conviction. That stubborn, unshakable defiance is why he still matters. He's not just a symbol of independence, he's a symbol of resistance. To some, he's the ultimate Scottish icon, pure, untamed, uncompromising, a towering masculine myth. But to others, he represents something more universal, the refusal to be ruled, the right to self-determination, the dignity of the individual. At the Wallace Stone near Fauldhouse, where he once spied on English miners, a new tradition grew. Local miners, once serfs themselves, marched there for generations to honour his name and affirm their own freedom. Not nobles, not politicians, just people. That's what Wallace became, not just a flag bearer for Scotland, but a symbol for every man and woman who refuses to be broken. I came in search of a national hero. What I found was a man, scarred, stubborn, flawed, a sword-swinging ghost, and still somehow a torch in the dark. Wallace may have passed away in pieces, but what he stood for, that never fragmented. It only grew. Robin Hood. The name alone conjures up green tights, galloping horses, and justice delivered from the shadows of Sherwood. But the Robin we all grew up with, the nobleman from Locksley, the returned crusader, the rebel with a code who robbed the rich and gave to the poor. That version is a polished fairy tale, the product of centuries of storytelling evolution. The original Robin, the real one if he ever existed, was something different. Grittier, simpler, no royal lineage, no golden-hearted prince. Just a man with a bow and a grudge. The earliest Robin Hood ballads date to the late 14th century, around 1377, and they're strikingly different from the version we know today. They were oral tales told in inns and markets passed from mouth to ear long before anyone pinned them to parchment. And they start in the thick of things, no origin story, no crusades, no Maid Marian, just Robin, already in the greenwood, already an outlaw. With him, 3 companions, Little John, Will Scarlet, Much the miller's son. No Friar Tuck, no massive band, just 4 guys and a campfire. The first tale, a shakedown dinner. Robin, refusing to eat without a guest, sends his men to ambush someone off the Great North Road. They snag a poor, threadbare knight. Classic Robin move, hospitality first, guilt, trip after. The knight eats. Then Robin asks for payment. The twist? The knight's broke. He's taken a crushing loan from the monks at St. Mary's in York after his son defeated a man. If he doesn't pay by tomorrow, he loses everything. And Robin lets him go. No strings. In fact, he gives him £400, a new outfit, and a horse. Just asks that he pays it forward. This Robin isn't titled. He's not a displaced aristocrat. He's a yeoman, a free commoner outside the feudal hierarchy. Not noble, not peasant, independent. That matters, because it wasn't about reclaiming stolen castles. It was about defying the powerful. Monks, lords, kings, it didn't matter. If they were corrupt, they were fair game. And this Robin doesn't haunt Sherwood. He prowls Barnsdale Forest in South Yorkshire, miles from Nottingham. Sherwood would come later as the legends shifted south and merged with local tales. So the real Robin? Probably not one man, more likely a composite of real outlaws wrapped in myth, shaped by need. A symbol of rebellion and rough justice. Born not in Camelot fantasy, but in the muddy lanes and hungry bellies of medieval England. Not a prince in exile, a commoner with a cause. So much for the leafy glades of Sherwood. Robin Hood's real roots are sunk deep in the soil of Barnsdale, in the heart of Yorkshire. That iconic outlaw image galloping through Nottinghamshire? A later edit, a rebranding. The original tales raw, rhythmic, and rooted in place, point north, not south. Take the Great North Road, for instance. This was the artery of medieval England cutting through Barnsdale Forest and dipping into Wentbridge. Right here, Just where the A1 viaduct hums past today is where little John and Will Scarlett once lay in ambush, watching the road snake down into the valley, waiting to intercept a threadbare knight for Robin's dinner. The writer of the ballad? He knew this ground like the back of his hand. And Barnesdale wasn't just a backdrop, it was legendary. The phrase Robin Hood in Barnesdale stood was so widely accepted it became legal shorthand for a known, proven fact. Robin Hood's well near Skelbrook, relocated thanks to progress and pavement, was the earliest place named for him. For centuries, travellers stopped there to remember the man in green. And while Yorkshire bloomed with Robin Hood landmarks, bay, butts, walks, Sherwood stayed silent. Nottingham didn't even get in on the action until 1700, jumping aboard centuries after the ballads had already done their work. So what do the original stories really tell us? They show Robin not as a prince in exile, but as a savvy, sharp-witted yeoman. No castles, no courtly love, just a man in the greenwood with a bow, a cause, and a deep suspicion of the wealthy and corrupt. And justice? Oh yes, but not always kindness. Remember the knight? Honest, desperate, down to his last coin. Robin helps him, gives him money, clothes, even a valet. Why? Because he told the truth. Then there's the monk from St. Mary's Abbey. Same road, same ambush. But this one's rich, loaded in fact, with £800. He lies. Robin catches the deceit, strips him of every coin, and sends him packing. No mention of feeding the poor. No jolly redistributor of wealth. This Robin takes from the corrupt, sure, but he keeps what he takes. The early ballads paint a picture of a man with his own code, not the law of kings or nobles, but something rougher, earthier, eye for an eye justice with a wink and a grin. He wasn't a saint, he wasn't always fair, but he punished arrogance, exposed greed, and struck fear into the hearts of those who thought themselves untouchable. Robin Hood of Barnesdale didn't need a title. He had a bow, a brain, and a band of merry men, and that was enough. Forget the Disney-fied hero in tights. The original Robin Hood wasn't handing out sacks of gold to smiling peasants under moonlit trees. He was closer to a street enforcer with a spiritual streak, robbing the powerful, sure, but mostly for himself and his gang. If he shared anything, it was probably just enough to keep people quiet and grateful. In the medieval world, that was enough to be a hero. The ballads don't hide it. One version has Robin eliminating a man, planting the head on his bowstaff and carving up the face. This wasn't just banditry, it was force with flair, and that's what audiences wanted. Life was violent, so were its heroes. Robin wasn't noble, he wasn't gentle, but he took out the people nobody liked, especially the clergy. Take St. Mary's Abbey in York. The place still stands in romantic ruins, but back then, it was a powerhouse. York was second only to London, and the Abbey's monks were more tycoon than theologian. They controlled vast swathes of land, dominated the wool trade, and lived fat off tithes while preaching humility. No wonder Robin couldn't resist knocking them down a few pegs. The people didn't need to be told the church was corrupt, they knew. So when Robin robbed the monks, or beat them, or left them tied to trees in their underpants, the crowds cheered. He was doing what no one else dared, restoring real values, faith without gold, justice without wigs. He may have robbed, he may have defeated, but his victims were never random. They were hypocrites, tyrants, the powerful. The Sheriff of Nottingham? The perfect villain. In the ballads, he's cunning, ruthless, obsessed with hunting down the outlaw archers. He sets up tournaments to bait them out. knowing full well that only a truly insane man would show up to an archery contest with a royal price on his head. Robin shows up anyway, hooded, calm, shoots an arrow so perfect it splits the wand. The sheriff curses, the crowd gasps, chaos follows, and Robin escapes. Always, until the final showdown. Robin confronts the sheriff, not in the forest, not in disguise, face to face. He draws his sword, strike downs his enemy, and ends the feud the only way he knows how, with injury and blade. In that moment, we get a glimpse of the real Robin, a crack shot, a sharp mind, a lethal force, not a prince, not a puppet, just a man who refused to bow, who fought corruption with violence, and who gave the people someone to believe in, however messy that belief might be. So here's where the myth finally meets the mud, and the arrows fly true. Forget the Crusades, forget Richard the Lionheart galloping in like a caped crusader. That version of Robin Hood with noble injury and medieval swagger belongs more to stage and screen than historical soil. Because the ballads, the real, gritty, injury-spattered ones, say otherwise. They tell us that Robin didn't meet Richard, he met Edward. The comely king, they call him. And since we have ballads mentioning Robin by 1377, that rules out any Edward after that year. So, scratch Edward IV and the rest of the Tudor boys off the list. Now, zoom in on the timeline. Edward I ruled from 1272 to 1307. Edward II from 1307 to 1327. Edward III the rest of the way to 1377. The smart money? It's on Edward II. Because in the spring of 1323, Edward II did something rather peculiar. He went on a tour of the north, and not just a sightseeing jaunt, he was quelling rebellion. Starting at Pontefract Castle, the centre of a political hurricane. It was the stronghold of Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, Edward's own cousin, and a man with eyes on the throne. Lancaster raised an army in Yorkshire and Lancashire, tried to seize power, and got crushed. He was removed, his men scattered, some of them fled to Barnesdale. Sound familiar? Suddenly the context clicks. Robin and his crew, outlaws not by chance, but by choice, were likely part of that rebel force, men who stood against the crown, lost and ran. And it makes perfect sense why Robin would be on the run, living in the greenwood, dodging royal men and scheming sheriffs. And speaking of sheriffs, here's another twist. During that rebellion, the Sheriff of Nottingham was given special jurisdiction over Yorkshire. That crossover only happened in this window, which means if you want a Sheriff of Nottingham hounding Robin Hood, in Barnesdale this is the moment. With the political chessboard, the archery, the outlawry, it all fits. And the longbow? It had just hit its stride. Under Edward I, and especially Edward II, archery was exploding. Every man was expected to train with a bow. Tournaments were common. Being a crack shot with a longbow was like being a Premier League striker. Robin's fame as a deadly marksman, it had to emerge from this bow-loving era. So here we are, around 1323. The king on campaign, rebels in hiding, sheriffs with extended power, longbows singing through the trees, and Robin Hood, bow in hand, deep in Barnesdale, carving out his name in legend. It all fits together piece by unexpected piece like a puzzle that sat unsolved for centuries. The ballads say Robin Hood was helped by a noble knight named Sir Richard of the Lee, who sheltered him from the wrath of the sheriff. And, oddly enough, Sir Richard's home was in Lee, in Wales, far off in Lancashire. Why would an outlaw based in Barnesdale be tight with a knight from that far away? enter Thomas, Earl of Lancaster. His sprawling estates created a political and geographic corridor across the Pennines, linking Plumpton, Wale and Barnesdale into one interconnected rebel stronghold. It wasn't just plausible, it was practical. A knight in Wale could absolutely be arms deep in rebellion with a forester in Barnesdale. That's when historians turned to the archives, scouring medieval court rolls like flipping through ancient phone books. And there, in Wakefield, under the reign of Edward II, they found him, Robert Hood, not Robin the Legend, just Robert, living with his wife, Matilda, a tenant, a forester by trade. And when rebellion came, likely a Lancasterian man, he was outlawed, his property was seized, and it was real property, land in Biggin Hill, right where the Wakefield bus station now sits. He disappears from the records in 1322, gone, vanished, like a man stepping into myth. But that wasn't the end, because not long after, in 1323, another Robin Hood appears, this one on Edward II's payroll as a valet de chambre, a bodyguard. A man the king trusted enough to bring into his inner circle. 15 months later, he leaves with a modest payout, 5 shillings. Enough to suggest a man retiring, or perhaps one who couldn't carry on. And in the ballads, the same. Robin accepts the king's pardon, joins the royal household. But the court isn't for him. After just over a year, he slips away, weary of service. He returns to the forest, to the life he knows, the life that made him. The timeline matches, the names match. Even the rhythm of the story aligns with the reality in the records. So maybe, just maybe, behind the legend of the arrow-slinging outlaw who defied sheriffs and kings, there really was a Robert Hood, a forester, a rebel, a man who vanished into history and emerged as something more. Not just a man, a myth in green. So here we are, standing on the mossy edge between legend and life. And it turns out Robin Hood might not have been some permanently woodland-bound rebel with leaves in his hair. He may have been, quite literally, a seasonal outlaw. Robert Hood of Wakefield, our plausible Robin, was a forester by trade. Comfortable in the woods, defeated with bow, blade and horn. When the Lancastrian revolt crumbled in 1322, he disappears from official records. And then, as if summoned by story, Robin Hood appears the next year as a royal bodyguard under Edward II. Employed, trusted, then vanished. Again. Same name, same region, same timing, same path. And life in the Greenwood? It wasn't all campfire songs and arrow contests. It was rough. Rain, cold, starvation, survivalist level difficulty. A modern forest dweller near Papelwick Church in Sherwood, armed with only medieval gear, makes it painfully clear. In winter, you'd die if you stayed out. Period. So these merry men, they weren't full-time fugitives. They likely melted into the trees when it was warm, and into the village shadows when the frost crept in. Robin sleeping in an oak, then trudging home to Wakefield, to Matilda. Your outlaw hero, ladies and gentlemen, might have been home for Christmas, and while we've traced the most convincing Robin, Robert of Wakefield, the question remains, who rode with him? Who were the real merry men? That's where we turn next, digging into the old records, the earliest ballads, looking for those names, because every Robin needs a Little John, a Will Scarlet, a Much the Miller's Son, and maybe, just maybe, those men were real too, hidden in the same woods, carved into the same stone, whispered through the same stories. So here's the truth behind the green-clad gang we all thought we knew. Forget the 20-deep band of merry men hiding in a deluxe treehouse. In the earliest ballads, Robin's crew was tight-knit, small and strikingly realistic. Just 4 or 5 men, probably relatives or local lads in trouble, banded together under one roof of leaves. At the centre, Little John, but he wasn't just the tall guy with a big stick who lost a bridge fight to Robin. In the earlier stories, there's no bridge duel at all, no comedy routine. Little John is Robin's equal, his advisor, his brother-in-arms. He's bold, mouthy, and calls the shots as often as he follows them. And Little John, just a nickname. His real name, Reynold Greenleaf, or as the ballads say, men call me Reynold Greenleaf. And here's where the shadow of fiction brushes against fact. In Wakefield and Beverley there are court records from 1318 and 1323 mentioning a John the Little, a known criminal. Same name, same time, same location. It's entirely plausible he joined Robert Hood, our likely Robin, after the Lancastrian revolt. Then there's Will Scarlet, or rather Will Scathelock. That's the name that shows up in early ballads. Scathelock, a northern nickname for someone handy at smashing locks, a burglar, a housebreaker. Forget the elegant red robes, this guy was the medieval version of a crowbar and a bad attitude. And yes, we find a Will Scathelock at the right time and place. He was a monk at St. Mary's Abbey in York, the same abbey the ballads love to hate, thrown out at the end of the 13th century. If he had a grudge, it would explain why the abbots end up as perfect punching bags in Robin's tales. As for Much the Miller's Son, no firm records, just the lingering image of the local lad caught in bad company, a classic trope. But then comes the heartbreak. Maid Marian. She's nowhere in the early ballads. No love story, no forest wedding, no daring damsel with a dagger in her garter. Marian wasn't even part of the Robin Hood tradition originally. She came from a different tradition altogether. May Day festivals, springtime celebrations with Morris dancers and fertility rites. Marian was the Queen of May. Somehow, across time, she stumbled into Robin's tale and stayed. So the real Robin likely had a wife, but her name wasn't Marian. It was Matilda. The same Matilda mentioned in the records of Robert Hood from Wakefield. So what do we have? A rebel band forged from political fallout, not fairy tale. Robin, Robert Hood, outlawed after rebellion. Little John, Reynold Greenleaf, criminal turned comrade. Will Scathelock, ex-monk with a score to settle. And Marian, she was still dancing around a maypole, not drawing a bow. These weren't mythical freedom fighters. They were men with names, with grudges, with homes they returned to in winter. And together in the woods of Barnesdale, they became something more, not just fugitives, legends, to have drawn his last breath. It's quiet now, still, just stone and shadow. But back then this was the final page in the outlaw's tale. Robin, weary after years in the greenwood, seeks out his cousin, the Prioress of Kirklees, for a routine bleeding, a common medieval treatment. But something goes wrong. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it goes exactly as she planned. The ballads don't offer motives, just betrayal. Robin lies bleeding, weakening, trapped inside Kirklees Priory. And the legend says with the last of his strength, he grabs his bow, staggers to the window and fires one final arrow. Wherever it lands, he says, there shall be his grave. And so they buried him there, or so the stories go. Here's where history gives us another eerie echo. In 1346, the records show the Prioress of Kirklees was indeed Elizabeth de Stainton, cousin to Matilda, the wife of Robert Hood of Wakefield. So let's pull it all together. Robert Hood, Forester of Wakefield, disappears in 1322 after the Lancastrian revolt. A Robin Hood enters royal service in 1323, then vanishes again a year later. The ballads say Robin lived in the forest for 22 years before dying at Kirklees, bringing us to 1346. That's exactly when the historical prioress, an injury relative to Matilda, was in charge at Kirklees. Fact and folklore winding tighter and tighter. And Maid Marian? She comes later, born of revels and riot, morris dancers and maypoles. A spring queen folded into Robin's story when the rough-edged outlaw got smoothed into a Tudor nobleman. But even there, a curious twist. Her alias is Marian, her real name in the play, Matilda. Just like the wife of Robert Hood of Wakefield, just like the woman who may have followed him into exile, into legend, into the woods. So maybe it didn't end with an arrow through a window. Maybe that part was fantasy. But the rest, the rebellion, the forest, the bow, the band, the betrayal, maybe, just maybe, that was all very real. The legend before the legend was even written down. Here's the twist in the tale. Right when we'd all but anointed Robert Hood of Wakefield as our one true Robin, the ground shifted under our boots. Enter Gilbert Robin Hood of Sussex, 1296. A real man with Robin Hood not as a job description, but as a surname. And this wasn't a fluke. Others started appearing in the records. Men listed as Robin Hoods, Robin Hoods, even Hobahod. Some were petty thieves. Some were full-blown outlaws. One poor guy even had his perfectly respectable name changed by a clerk to Robin Hood just because he'd broken the law. That tells us something seismic. Robin Hood had already become shorthand for criminality, an alias, a brand. And what does that mean? It means the legend of Robin predates even the earliest written ballads. By the late 1200s, people were already whispering his name, and some were living under it or given it because of the crimes they committed. Robin Hood wasn't just a man, he had become an idea. That might explain why his grave has been moved, rebuilt, chipped away for toothache talismans, inscribed with Victorian ye olde spelling. He's never where you expect him, because he isn't just one place or one person. Yes, Robert Hood of Wakefield fits the story like a glove. The rebellion, the forest life, the wife named Matilda, the cousin at Kirklees who may have bled him out in betrayal. The timeline is clean. The people around him match the ballads. But then so does Gilbert Robin Hood, so does John the Little, so do countless others who bore the name or earned it, or wore it like armour in court records and outlaw tales. Robin Hood is real. Just not in the way we thought. He was many men, many woods, many arrows. And every time the law failed and justice faltered, someone, somewhere, stepped into his boots. That's why he always escapes. That's why we never quite catch him. Because Robin Hood isn't just a name, he's a rebellion with a heartbeat, an uncanny degree. Let's pause for a second. We've chased Robin Hood across Yorkshire and Wakefield, through court records and outlaw logs, and now, here he is again, Robert Fitz-Odo, Lord of Locksley in Warwickshire. Right in the time of Richard the Lionheart, the classic setting of the modern legend. And here's the kicker, this Robert Fitz-Odo was actually outlawed. He lost his land. He turned to robbery in the surrounding forests, and then, just like in the stories, he was pardoned and had his lands returned when the king, Richard himself, came home from crusade. He wasn't called Robin Hood, but let's be honest, Fitz-Odo doesn't exactly sing in a ballad, drop the Fitz, keep the Robert. Add a few decades of folklore, some oral storytelling tweaks, And suddenly Robert Fitz-Odo of Locksley starts sounding suspiciously like Robin Hood of legend. But then again, so does Fulk Fitzwarin. Another noble outlaw, betrayed by King John, hiding in the woods, pulling tricks and robberies, pardoned by a disguised monarch. He even had a little John. It's like a medieval reboot of the same character with a different face. So what's going on? Maybe there never was one Robin Hood. Maybe the stories we know today are the love child of dozens of real outlaws: Fulk Fitzwarin, Robert Hood of Wakefield, Robert Fitz-Odo of Locksley, all mashed together by centuries of fireside storytelling. Maybe Robin Hood isn't a person. Maybe he's a pattern, a framework we use to tell ourselves a certain kind of story. The good outlaw, the rebel with morals, the man who hits back at the corrupt and protects the innocent, a man with a bow in one hand and justice in the other. And in that sense, it doesn't matter if Robin was from Wakefield or Locksley or the Welsh borders, because Robin Hood, the idea, was born in all of them. And he's still running just ahead of us every time we think we've got him pinned. He's the outlaw who always gets away, a tradition older than any scroll, older than any church, older than the ballads whispered through the candlelight of medieval taverns. I wasn't just writing a TV script, I was tapping into something primal. Robin as outlaw, yes, but also Robin as spirit. Because beneath the layers of Robert Hood the rebel, Fitz-Odo the noble exile, and Fulk Fitzwarin the borderland ghost, there's someone else, someone older, wilder, wild. The Green Man, he stares out from stone arches and chapel corners, leaves twisting from his mouth and eyes, laughter frozen in ivy. He is Robin Goodfellow, Puck, Herne, Jack in the Green, the one who hides in the undergrowth and lives in every woodland clearing. And maybe, just maybe, he's the root that fed them all. Robin of the forest, Robin in the hood, a symbol not just of resistance to power, but of nature reclaiming space. Every time a peasant fled tyranny and found shelter in the greenwood, the story grew. Every time a thief struck down a tacksman and disappeared into the trees, Robin Hood lived again. Even the stones remember, that gravestone in Locksley echoing the lost one from Kirklees. It might be coincidence, or it might be pilgrimage. Someone, somewhere, believed this was where Robin ought to rest. Not in a ruined priory, but back in the shadow of the trees, in the heart of the story's soul. So where does that leave us? It leaves us with no single Robin Hood, and yet every Robin Hood. A rebel in Wakefield, a knight in Locksley, a trickster in Shropshire, a whisper in Sherwood, all woven together by storytellers and stonemasons, balladeers and children playing at outlaws. Robin Hood is the outlaw who never dies, because he never truly lived. And somehow that makes him even more real. Master storyteller Sir Thomas More, yes, that Thomas More, the one later removed by Henry VIII. Before his sainthood and martyrdom, he was a clever satirist with a sharp quill and a fondness for drama. His History of King Richard III gave us the classic image. Richard as the twisted, scheming usurper, eliminating children to steal a crown. But here's the rub. More was writing decades after the events. His sources were murky at best, and he was deeply tied to the Tudor court, who had every reason to demonize Richard. So motive, sure, Richard had one. He'd seized the crown and the boys were rivals. But that doesn't prove he used that motive. Let's talk opportunity. The princes were in the Tower, allegedly under Richard's protection, after he declared them illegitimate. He could have done it. But so could others. Because after Richard's demise at Bosworth, The princes were still gone, and that made them dangerous. If they were still alive, they were a rallying point for rebellion against the new king, Henry VII, the same Henry who married their sister to cement his legitimacy. Would he risk having the rightful heirs just reappear? That's where it gets murky. Henry VII had motive too, and unlike Richard, he had a powerful reason to make sure no bones remained to rise up again. Some believe he quietly ensured the princes were removed after Richard's fall. It wouldn't be the first time a new regime rewrote the script and character. Richard was no saint, but he wasn't some cartoon villain either. As Duke of Gloucester, he'd been loyal, brave, even beloved in the north. He reformed laws, fought corruption, doesn't square easily with child-eliminating fiend. In the end, we're left with whispers, bones, and political spin. Maybe Richard did it, maybe he didn't. Maybe someone else finished the job he started or covered it up for their own gain. History rarely gives us clean endings, just like with Robin Hood. So we look at the myths we've inherited and the men behind them. Both Robin and Richard are mirrors. What we believe about them often says more about us than them. Robin, the outlaw we hope we'd be. Richard, the king we fear we might serve. And somewhere in between, the truth flickers, shadowed by time, cloaked in legend. But it wasn't Richard, not at first. Before Edward IV's sudden demise in 1483, Richard of Gloucester was the model brother, loyal, dutiful, ferociously competent in battle. He was given command in the north, crushed rebellions, held the border with Scotland, no signs of ambition, no whispers of treachery. In fact, when Edward passed away, Richard was the one everyone trusted to keep the kingdom stable. So what happened? Power vacuum. The king was dead. His heir, Edward V, was 12 years old. A boy king ripe for manipulation. And into that chaos stepped a new player, the Woodvilles, Edward IV's in-laws, Queen Elizabeth's ambitious clan. They had the boy king, they had access to the treasury, and they had plan. That's when Richard made his move. He seized custody of Edward IV for his own protection, marched him to the Tower, which at the time, remember, was not just a prison, but a royal residence, and declared the Woodvilles unfit to rule. Then came the masterstroke. He declared Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville invalid. Bam! The princes were illegitimate. Richard, as the next adult male in the York line, claimed the crown. Was it ruthless? Absolutely, but was it evil or desperate? That's the Richard III we never got to see in Shakespeare, the hard man forged in decades of civil war, a survivor in a game where trust was weakness and hesitation was demise. And the hunchback, painted on, literally, added to portraits by Tudor propagandists who wanted the man to look as twisted as they said he was. So maybe, just maybe, the real Richard wasn't the grinning monster of the stage. Maybe he was a battle-hardened noble who played the same injury game as every other noble of the time, and for a while played it better. Until Bosworth, until Henry Tudor, until history was written by the victor. And Richard, last Plantagenet King of England, got his reputation carved into legend like a dagger in the dark, brutal, deformed, and forever guilty. Whether he was or not, who's been vilified for centuries, scapegoated by history, and crucified by propaganda. And that's the essence of the Richard III Society. They're not just fans, they're detectives, defenders, and in many ways historical rehabilitationists. To them, Richard isn't the monster of Shakespeare's stage, but a loyal brother, a just ruler, a military commander who stood firm when others faltered, and above all, a man whose reputation was hijacked by the Tudors. Because once you start peeling back the layers, the portrait of Richard gets murky. Not twisted, not monstrous, just complex. He was loyal to Edward IV, stood against rebellion, helped restore the Yorkist throne. He governed the north with fairness. He was respected, feared when necessary. And when Clarence, the actual schemer, betrayed them all, Richard stood firm. Even his kingship, brutal as its beginnings were, might not have been naked ambition. With Edward the child, surrounded by hostile Woodvilles, with the legitimacy of the princes questioned, Richard's move could be seen as preventative, not predatory. And then there's Bosworth. He didn't flee, he didn't cower. Richard III charged into the heart of battle, personally targeting Henry Tudor, cutting down his standard-bearer, almost turning the tide. He passed away sword in hand, not as a coward, but as a warrior king. So yes, maybe Shakespeare got his villain, but we might have lost a human being. And 500 years later, Richard's bones, literally dragged from beneath a Leicester car park, whisper the same truth. History isn't written in stone. It's written by survivors, and sometimes by playwrights. And if Richard III didn't get justice in life, perhaps he's finally getting it in memory, loyalty, and suddenly Richard's riding hard to seize the air before he reaches the capital. What changed? Maybe nothing, yet. Maybe Richard was still loyal. Maybe he just wanted to protect the boy from the Woodvilles, that scheming court faction led by Queen Elizabeth's family, who were already moving to control the regency. Richard met young Edward V on the road, respectfully escorted him to the Tower of London, again, remember, a royal residence, and took over as Lord Protector. But within weeks, everything spiraled. Richard arrested key Woodvilles. Parliament suddenly declared Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth illegitimate, making the two princes bastards. A sermon was preached announcing their unfitness for the throne, and just like that, Richard, once the trusted uncle, was proclaimed king. So what happened to the boys? They were last seen playing in the Tower in the summer of 1483, then vanished. No public explanation, no state funeral, just silence. It's here the trail goes cold, and the finger-pointing begins. Richard had access, that's certain. He had motive too. Bastards or not, the princes remained a threat. But so did others. The Duke of Buckingham, Richard's right-hand man, suddenly rebelled and was removed. Was it guilt, regret, or his own power play gone wrong? And then there's Henry Tudor, lurking in exile with everything to gain from a dead prince and a pliant kingdom. It's maddening. Richard was smart, thoughtful, devout, a defeated administrator, a capable soldier. He wasn't the cartoon villain Shakespeare painted, but that doesn't make him innocent, because power changes people. And in a world where kingship was life or demise, where loyalty was a coin quickly spent, perhaps Richard did what many nobles had done before him, chose the crown over conscience, or maybe he didn't, and simply lost control of the narrative. Either way, the boys never reappeared. Their bones, their voices, their claim, all silenced. And Richard, King of England, spent the rest of his short reign haunted by a crown that may have come at the highest price of all. But did he pay it, or did someone else? The eliminate mystery remains. And so does Richard, neither villain nor saint, just another player in a deadly game, lost to time, fighting still for his name. The king. That was the real power play, because whoever held the boy held the crown. And Richard now had both. and what he did next was nothing short of breathtaking. Over the next few weeks, Richard carefully, systematically cleared the board. He rounded up more of the Queen's kin, had Rivers and others removed at Pontefract without trial. Then, like some twisted magician, he made the young king disappear. Not physically, but politically. The turning point came in a sermon at St. Paul's. A clergyman stood before the people and declared that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid. Why? Because Edward had supposedly been pre-contracted to another woman. A medieval, oops, I was kinda married already situation. That made all of Edward's children, including Edward V and his brother Richard, illegitimate. Poof. The throne vacant. And who was the next rightful heir? Richard of Gloucester, cue the surprise petition. A gathering of nobles and commoners begged Richard to take the crown for the good of the realm. At first he refused, oh such noble reluctance, but after 3 whole days of pious hand-wringing, he accepted. And just like that, Richard of Gloucester became King Richard III. It was clean, efficient, legalistic, and deeply unsettling, because even if the boys were illegitimate, even if Richard had a technical right to rule, nobody forgot that just 10 weeks before, he was the sworn protector of those same children. Now they were tucked away in the tower, out of sight, and, before long, out of time. This was the pivot, the moment Richard stopped being the loyal brother, the just noble, the reader of pious books. The crown changed him, or perhaps it revealed what lay beneath. He wasn't a monster, not yet, but the mask had slipped, the loyalty he swore, rewritten by power, and somewhere 2 frightened boys looked down from the tower windows, waiting for a coronation that would never come, the medieval megaphone for royal PR. It was here, before a crowd of citizens, clerics and merchants, that a preacher delivered a thunderous sermon laying out the case that Richard was the true heir to the throne. The claim? That Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been pre-contracted, that he'd been secretly betrothed to another woman, Eleanor Butler, before marrying the Queen. That made all their children, Edward V, young Richard, and the rest, illegitimate bastards. Therefore, by injury and by law, the crown rightfully belonged to Richard. This wasn't whispered in taverns or scribbled in private letters. It was declared loud and clear, with the full force of medieval spectacle. And Richard, eyes wide with surprise, humbly resisted the idea, until a carefully orchestrated group of citizens showed up at Baynard's castle and begged him to accept the throne. 3 days of noble refusal later, he reluctantly agreed. On the 26th of June 1483, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, became King Richard III. And just like that, the boys were no longer princes, no longer heirs, no longer safe, because now they were a liability. If you're Richard, what do? Keep them locked up, always looking over your shoulder, fearing someone will rally behind them? Or do you end the question forever? That's the shadow, that's the horror, that's the silence that falls after they vanish, because what happened next wasn't just about 2 boys, it was about a kingdom watching its protector crown himself king while their rightful ruler faded into myth behind cold stone walls. And whether it was out of fear, ambition, or twisted justice, Richard had crossed the line. There was no going back. Have jumped the gun, because within just a few months of Richard's coronation, Buckingham flipped sides. He suddenly threw his support behind, wait for it, Henry Tudor. Yes, that Henry Tudor, the exiled Lancastrian with the most tenuous claim to the throne, this side of the Channel. So was Buckingham trying to play both sides, or did he genuinely believe Richard had gone too far? Some historians argue that he may have ordered the boys defeated, perhaps even without Richard's knowledge, in an attempt to prove his loyalty and remove any obstacles to Richard's reign. But if that was the case, why would he so quickly turn defector? Then there's Margaret Beaufort, Henry Tudor's mother. A woman known for her political shrewdness, ruthless ambition, and unshakable belief that her son was destined for the throne. Could she have had the princes removed to clear the path? It's a long shot. She had no direct access to the tower, but what she did have was money, influence, and a network of sympathizers within the English court. Some even speculate that the princes weren't defeated at all, just smuggled out, that one of them survived, perhaps even grew up in exile, which might explain why, a decade later, a young man named Perkin Warbeck turned up claiming to be Richard, the younger prince. The problem is, the older these rumours grow, the less clear the truth becomes. But one thing is certain. After July 1483, no one ever saw the princes again, not the guards, not the servants, not the clergy. They vanished. And just like that, the silence of the Tower became one of the loudest mysteries in British history. As for Richard, he reigned just 2 years, long enough to pass laws that promoted fairness, protected defendants in court, and curbed corrupt land seizures. But it wasn't enough to wash the injury, real or imagined, from his hands. Because when he rode out to meet Henry Tudor at Bosworth Field in 1485, the battle cry wasn't for England, it was for the princes in the Tower. And Richard, whether king, usurper, or tragic figure, was riding straight into legend. Myth was forged by the very man who replaced him, Henry VII. You see, Henry didn't just take the throne, he took the narrative, and he made damn sure that Richard III would be remembered not as a competent ruler or a man shaped by brutal times, but as a cautionary tale, a crooked-backed monster who clawed his way to the crown through child eliminate and betrayal. And it worked. He erased Richard's reforms, buried his reputation, and built a dynasty that lasted a century. The Tudors didn't just win, they rewrote the rules, rewrote the story, and ensured Shakespeare would tell it their way. So yes, Richard likely did it. But he didn't do it alone. He was one of many in a game where the stakes were life and demise, and where your legacy depended not on your deeds, but on who told your story afterward. In the end, Richard III wasn't the last Plantagenet king. He was the last medieval king and the first victim of a very modern crime, character assassination by political PR. You arrive in a bleak, wide-open field, the kind where the wind stings your cheeks and even the birds sound hesitant. This is Bosworth, August 1485. You're Henry Tudor, thin, exiled, clutching a crown you haven't earned, leading a French-funded army of mercenaries and hopefuls who might desert you before lunch. Across the field, perched high on the ridge like he owns the sky, is Richard III. You're opposite in every way, armoured, anointed, and absolutely convinced that God signed off on his war plan. His army is double yours in size, 10,000 strong. You, maybe 5, and most of them smell like foreign coins and cheap wine. Still, this is it. Last chapter of the Wars of the Roses. Winner takes all. You weren't even the obvious choice. Lancaster's last hope, mainly because you were the only one left. Your royal injury line? Let's just say it's more tangled than noble. Illegitimate here, exile there. If royal legitimacy were a job interview, your application would have been lost in the spam folder. But here you are, the morning of the 22nd breaks cold. Richard climbs his hill, parading a holy relic, a cross, maybe the cross, to rally his men. He believes, genuinely, that God's endorsement is stitched into his banners. You believe in momentum, and maybe that Stanley won't betray you. Ah, Stanley, Lord Stanley, kingmaker, backstabber, your stepfather by technicality and political manoeuvring. His troops sit out on the flanks, uncommitted, watching, waiting, betting on the outcome like it's a jousting match, and he's holding both flags. The fight begins at the bottom of the hill. The vanguards crash. Blood, steel, curses, classic medieval chaos. Time drags, every swing, every arrow. It's all building to something no one can quite name. Richard watches it unfold, his instincts humming. He sees you down in the hollow, the pretender in red, and then, against every rule in the King's Handbook, he charges. Down the hill he rides, lance lowered, heart hammering in sync with hooves. This is it, a surgical strike. Defeat the pretender, end the rebellion. He's almost close enough to taste it. But then Stanley moves. Suddenly the bet hedger becomes kingmaker. His troops crash into Richard's flank, and just like that, the tide flips. It's fast, confusing, brutal. Richard goes down fighting, surrounded, screaming for another horse that never comes. And just like that, the crown rolls out of the mud and onto your head. Henry Tudor, not by birthright, not by divine prophecy, just by surviving, striking, and being exactly lucky enough at the right moment. The Middle Ages die in that field, and the Tudors are born. It had been hours, the air thick with dust, arrows and sweat. The sun hung overhead like it was watching with malicious curiosity. You're Richard III, and from the high ground you've been overseeing what should have been an easy win. You had the men, the position, the momentum, but nothing was breaking the way it should. And then you saw it. Down to the left, just past where that cluster of farm buildings now sits, you catch sight of him. Henry Tudor. Isolated, exposed. The supposed saviour of Lancaster, looking like a stray lamb who took a wrong turn from the flock. Just a few French mercenaries around him, barely organised. The old fire sparks in your injury. What if you ended it now? No waiting. No messy slog through ranks and hedged allegiances. Just one clean charge, one final blow. You summon your most loyal knights, men who've ridden beside you through mud and injury for years, and you give the order. Down the hill you charge, hooves tearing into earth like thunder. At Sanderford, you smash into them. You take out Henry's standard bearer, then another. Blades clash, screams rise. The world becomes a blur of steel and breath. You're yards away now. Yards from changing history. One more push, then your horse is gone, collapse. The animal topples beneath you dead. You hit the ground, breath knocked from your lungs. And for the first time that day, the cold truth pierces the heat of battle. This might not go your way. Stanley has chosen, and not you. You glance up to see his troops pouring in like floodwaters, and suddenly you're not the hunter anymore, you're the prey. But you don't run. Someone offers you a horse, a chance to flee, to live. You refuse, not because you think you'll win, because you won't, but because you're the king, and kings don't bolt in the mud while France's hired blades close in. You swing, you roar, you curse your defectors to the end, but it's no use, they surround you. You go down fighting, not Shakespeare's limp caricature, shrieking for a horse. You're still cursing them as the pikes rise and fall, and when it's over your body's dumped naked across a horse like broken cargo, paraded through Leicester in shame. They bury you without a tomb, a monastery, then nothing. Your coffin. They say it became a horse trough, A fitting end, perhaps, if cruelty wrote the epilogue. The Tudors sweep in and repaint you shadowy, shriveled, a cautionary tale. Your name becomes shorthand for villainy. Shakespeare turns you into a punchline with a limp, but history has a long memory. And years later, in a dusty French archive, someone finds something, a document, a clue, and just like that, the script tilts again. Maybe you weren't just the villain. Maybe you were a man driven by something deeper than ambition. Maybe everything we thought we knew about you, about the princes in the tower, about loyalty and betrayal, was just the Tudor version of the truth. And maybe, just maybe, the real story hasn't even finished being told. Let's rewind the reel. Before there were princes in a tower, before Richard III became the monster under every Tudor bed, before the Wars of the Roses turned England into a giant chessboard soaked in dynastic paranoia, there was a whisper that grew louder with time, that Edward IV, golden boy of the Yorkist cause, wasn't quite as legitimate as the crown on his head claimed. This whisper wasn't just court gossip, it was delivered from a pulpit. At St. Paul's Cross, 4 days before Richard took the throne, a sermon was preached, not a gentle homily, but a thunderclap, the claim that Edward was a bastard. At the time, historians rolled their eyes. Political smear, they said, slander. But then came the record, and a historian, doing some innocent digging through cathedral logs in Rouen, just trying to learn about the 100 Years' War, stumbled into the kind of scandal that makes reputations sweat centuries later. Let's break it down. Edward IV was born in Rouen in April 1442, but if you count backwards, and this historian did, because medieval pregnancy math is the hottest new subgenre, conception lands around early August 1441. Where was the Duke of York, Edward's supposed father, during that time? Fighting in Pontoise for over a month, far from home, far from his wife. The cathedral register logs his departure, his absence, the sermons said on his behalf. There's no way he was around to do the conceiving. The math doesn't lie. And then there's the christening debacle. Edward's christening, quiet, small, hushed behind castle doors, like a secret best kept in stone. But when the second son was born a year later, full medieval Beyoncé concert, cathedral-wide celebration, relics on display, a choir booming out into heaven, the whole thing screams, "This one's ours!" Why throw a royal rager for the younger son but keep the firstborn in the shadows? Unless the firstborn wasn't. The whispers make more sense now. People had always murmured about Edward's massive height. He was 6 feet 4 inches, towering over the dainty Duke of York and Richard, who looked like his dad's clone. Even Edward's own mother reportedly told 2 separate people that he wasn't her husband's son. Not once, twice. That's not a slip. That's a confession with a side of shade. And so when Richard stood before London and told them his brother was a fraud, that he, Richard, was the rightful heir, not a usurper, it wasn't an outlandish twist. It was the worst-kept secret whispered into every velvet curtain. And it wasn't just slander, possibly true. So here's how the royal rug gets yanked out from under centuries of coronation pomp. Turns out the biggest twist of the entire Wars of the Roses might not be who eliminated the princes in the tower, but who their father actually was. Because if this trail of whispers, war logs, and cathedral math is to be believed, Edward IV, darling of the Yorkist cause, wasn't just a questionable heir. He might not have been a York at all. The rumours back then that Edward's real father was no duke, no nobleman, no blue-injuried warlord. He was an archer, a tall, rugged soldier stationed in Rouen, one of those bit of rough types who probably looked great sweaty, knew how to handle a longbow and had a smile that could derail kingdoms. Name? Some said Blayborn. Sounds like a pub or a scandal. If that's true, if Edward IV was born of a romantic interlude while the Duke of York was off fighting in Pontoise, then the entire line he spawned was a royal mirage. An arrow through the heart of legitimacy. The princes in the Tower, sons of an impostor. The real injury line of the House of York ended with Richard. So now picture Richard, not as a cartoon villain skulking around with a limp and a dagger, but as a man cornered by duty. His brother is dead. The crown is balancing on the heads of children who, in his eyes, have no right to it. And the nobles are circling, itching to install those boys, to restore the line of a pretender. What does he do? He does what cold, brutal dynastic logic demands. He removes them. It's not ambition, it's necessity. A sin soaked in royal logic, and it wrecks him. It hangs on him like chainmail soaked in grief. Because even if it was the right move for the injury line, it was still a monstrous one. But it fails. Bosworth comes, he charges, he falls, and the crown slides through the mud into the hands of Henry Tudor, who, in a stroke of both irony and royal alchemy, marries Edward's daughter, bringing the Archer's DNA straight into the royal injury stream. Permanently, Henry VII, Henry VIII, Elizabeth I. All of them carry the genes of the Archer from Rouen. And so does every monarch since, because once that union was forged, there was no going back. The Tudor line, the Stuarts, the Windsors, all of them descendants of a royal mishap, whispered through centuries. So here's the real kicker: if the only thing justifying a monarch's rule is descent from the right injury, and that injury was never royal to begin with, then who exactly should be wearing the crown today? Is there someone out there, quiet, unknowing, maybe with a fondness for archery and an unexpected regal jawline, who has more legitimate claim than every crowned head since? Maybe. Or maybe it doesn't matter, because once the crown is passed enough times, the myth becomes the throne. But if you listen closely beneath the anthems and the pageantry, you might still hear the faint twang of a bowstring echoing through the corridors of power. Doors